Shatu, and then down in the Sabi Sands at Djuma. We'll also be joined by our teams in the Eastern Cape with our photo naturalist Rolf at Kariega Private Game Reserve, and then our roaming team at Amakhala Private Game Reserve, which is Trishala and BK. And it looks like it is going to be an absolutely fantastic morning. I think that getting Ukukuyo back is going to be a fantastic omen for us. And just a reminder, we are completely live and interactive. We love to hear from you. You guys help us to know what we need to be talking about. So please do send in any questions or comments, anything you would like to share with us. We really do enjoy the interactivity. Absolutely wonderful having this landscape back, so different from our other locations, and also so many animals milling around so early in the morning. And that's always what I really love with this camera, is there's always so many animals and such a wide sort of species composition as well. We've got our blue wildebeest coming down here, it looks like slowly but surely. We've got some zebra at the back there, and of course the also present gemsbok or oryx, depending which name you're more familiar with. But an absolutely gorgeous sunny day up here, it looks like. It looks like there's some wind, but it's just beautiful seeing everything going around. And of course, even watching all these little swifts, swallows and martins and everyone else who drinks on the wing. It is quite fun to really get to see them doing that on the dam here. So don't get to see it too often, and I really do enjoy watching it, as it's such a different adaptation in birds for them to be able to drink like that. And of course, our ever-present swimmers getting in nice and early. Hi, Jamie. Absolutely. It is fantastic that we have Ukukuyo back. I think that is just absolutely perfect way to start the day for us today. We've been missing it, and I'm sure we're all excited to see the few animals up here that are just so different to the other places. And I'm especially looking forward to seeing if we can find any blackface impala coming down today, because of course those have a really restricted abundance to pretty much just some areas in Namibia. So it is quite a treat when we do get to see them. But of course, I really do enjoy watching these gemsbok as well, that I know we do get them out there in Amakhala, but they just look quite different here. The landscape here is very different. It highlights the colors on these animals so much more, and it really gives you an idea of exactly why this coloration is so well suited to the animals out in these very arid conditions. Always love the landscape here with all this white rock. It reflects quite a bit of the light, and it gives you a very different sort of impression of what the landscape looks like and what the animals look like on the landscape. Like, the gemsbok here, that sort of grey on their back looks much lighter. The zebras, the white on them looks that much whiter. And even these blue wildebeest, with their sort of dark colorations, you seem to find that they just look lighter with all of that extra ambient light around. And it does sort of highlight different features on the animals that you sometimes overlook. But I do really enjoy that, and it's always the fun part about getting all these different locations where you have completely different lighting conditions, completely different landscapes, and it all really influences exactly what sort of colors you see on the animals. And of course, what dam cam would be complete without a couple lapwings hanging around making an absolute racket for us? And that does not make Kikuyu exempt, there are still plenty lapwings around to sing their songs for us. Hi, Miranda. So, I'm not too sure about the Gemsbok, but I know that in the right conditions, zebras do. You do tend to find them on those migrations up north in Africa, those really large scale migrations. Remember, when you've got these smaller sort of game reserves and things like that, the animals are not usually able to follow those sort of ancient migratory routes, follow those paths that they used to follow. So that's also why you find a lot of these game reserves have these subsidized water holes, is because if the animals are not going to be able to move and migrate like they should to follow the rains, because that's usually the reason, is the animals follow the sort of rains and where the grazing and the water and the food and all of that is going to be good. So without having that sort of ability to move with the rains, the animals do end up having to have then these fixed water sources, which is why you do find a lot of the game reserves have sort of subsidized water that they maintain through the year, because they know that it's going to influence those rainy seasons. So animals do sort of have a much more limited migration, and they'll sort of maybe just migrate through different parts of the reserve where different plant species and things like that may become more common or be in better condition at different times of the year based on those particular conditions. But yeah, you would find that in a large enough space, like they're up in the Mara, at the Serengeti, you most definitely would find that the zebra would migrate, the wildebeest would migrate, and I'm sure the Gemsbok would, but I'm really not too sure. But historically, they definitely would have. I always love how these Gemsbok are so in love with going into the water. That they are a very well adapted desert species, but they're still just very, very fond of coming in. And I mean, it is definitely very warm, and you do see that they will sort of go and make sure they get submerged, and that will definitely help. And it's also an important reason for their colors. By having those lighter bellies and things like that, it's going to make sure that the water is not going to really get hotter on their bodies. If they had very dark coloration, that water would heat up because the body would be absorbing a lot of the heat from the sun at the same time. But you do find that with the lighter colored animals that they don't really have as many issues when it comes to things like that the heat is able to reflect better off of the light surface and therefore help that evaporative cooling sort of mechanism. And truly gorgeous animals with these quite unique, straight, long horns. It's not something that you see too commonly, and it is sort of a trait that is more common with the sort of desert adapted animals that are maybe not going to be moving through as thick bush and things like that. So it definitely will sort of aid with that not getting caught problem. But I mean, that's not to say that that is a given. You look at kudu, they've also got impressively long horns, although they do have those spiral curves. But when you watch them moving through thick bush and things like that, you do find that those males will tip their heads back to sort of get those horns almost horizontal to the body so that they're less likely to hook on different things. It looks like some of those Gemsbok are going to leave us, but the zebra are arriving now, so let's move a little bit across and we can watch as they come and have their drink as well. And of course, there is our little grebe, and it looks like he's got a friend now. That's quite cool, so not just one little grebe, it looks like we've got two little grebes living on the dam now. I think George got himself a buddy. And you can see in contrast to Mashatu just how relaxed these animals here. They know full well that there is no crocodile in this dam. There is no threat like that here, and they don't need to be as cautious. So all they are worried about is predators that are going to be outside, but they're not too worried about predators in the water. You find that that's why they have this ease of just sort of getting to the dam, walking straight in. There's no real worry. But if they've got this far, they know that there's probably no predators around already. They've done all the sniffing, all the listening on their way down, but now they feel quite safe, so they go all the way into the water. So of course, although we do see a few animals in Mashatu feeling brave like that, it is not nearly as common as what we see here in Okukuyo. Sounds like there's plenty of arguing going on between the lapwings here today. And of course our ever-present crows. And that lonely springbuck came down there behind everyone. I didn't even see him arriving. He's wandered off a little bit, and I'm sure we will get more herds through. The springbuck are quite prolific up here. Really is quite a lovely scene, and I see how one of these springbucks has come in at the bottom here, so we can pan down a little bit and then we can hopefully see him or her as well. A little bit difficult to see. So one disadvantage on the dam cams is a little bit hard to make out some details, and you often have to look for the very obvious sort of signs of gender on the animals. And of course, especially with these animals where both the males and the females end up with horns, it does make it a little bit more tricky. Usually we'd look at the sort of relative girth of those horns to get a rough idea of whether it's a male or female. The girth of the horns is often quite an important factor when determining that. Those lapwings are very, very vocal here today. Definitely have quite a bit to say. I think at some point we're going to have to find them and see what's going on, if they've started to nest, as it has been a while since we caught up with them up here. So maybe they've started to nest by now. I think it is maybe a little bit early still for them, but I could be wrong. I think definitely going to be worth investigating at some point. And how's that for quite sweet? The zebras giving each other a little bit of a assistance with a scratch there. Why not use your friend as a scratching post? And it's a good little bonding moment as well. This looks like what you'd do with your sibling, you know, just annoy them for the sake of it, get in their way, push them around just because you can. Why not? It's fun. And of course there is a fair amount of affection there. It's just quite entertaining to watch. It looks like some of the zebra are going to wander off, and it looks like some wildebeest are going to wander down. Hi, Debbie. Absolutely. It is possible to rehabilitate them, but it can be a little bit tricky sometimes. That, when you're working with a lot of antelope, that antelope tend to imprint quite easily, especially those that sort of live in these family groups. So when you're working with them, you've got to take quite a bit of care to not let them become too accustomed to you. That sort of rule is that you can get them to a point that they are a bit sort of habituated, that they are tolerant of your presence, but you've got to always make sure that you keep that wild sort of instinct. So when I've worked in rehab, whenever we've worked with any of these sort of species, you tend to find that once we've got them to understand that the bottle is milk and things like that, or if you're working with a young animal, that we start hands-off processes of getting them to feed off of bottle holders that have screens between them and the carers, that the only time they really have to interact with the carer is then when there is sort of treatments or checkups and things like that to be done. So you tend to have a very, very hands-off approach. And then you also have the fun things where if you have males of the species, you've got to be even more cautious, because you find that as they start to grow up, that their way of learning skills is of course through headbutting and playing and fighting with things. And you don't want them to learn that they can start fighting with humans, because of course when they get out into the bush, then they're not necessarily going to understand to fight with their own species, but they're still going to remember humans. So you have quite a bit of effort when you work with them, and it's always best to sort of get 2 or 3 of the animals together if possible, so that you have the best chance of them imprinting on their own species and not relying on human dependence too much and human care too much, except for obviously direct intervention measures. But beyond that, you try to be as hands-off as possible, let the animals learn behaviors naturally, because instinct is a really strong thing with any animal that goes through rehabilitation. It doesn't really matter what age you get them. Instinct is there, and you just sort of have to make the right conditions to have those instincts brought out. It looks like everybody wandering off here a little bit. So I'm just going to zoom us out a little bit, see who else may be on the edges of the dam, and we can see where we may want to look. So we got some springbuck here on the right, so I think let's go down on them. We haven't spent too much time on them this morning yet. They were being a little bit shy. There's some springbuck and some pied crows in the background there. Did you find that with crows being a very, very adaptable species, that they will be found through all of the different sort of areas, but especially in these very arid environments, that the crows sort of flourish because they are so easily adaptable, that they're not reliant on one specific food source, but rather sort of completely omnivorous, being able to eat just about anything. So it does make them highly adaptable to different sort of locations, and they're very able to sort of cope and even thrive there where other raptors and things may struggle. So it's not to say you won't get as many raptors out here, but you definitely will see a lot more crows, just because they're quite easily adapted to sort of these harsh conditions. It's quite lovely to see the springbuck on the dam cameras again, that you always forget just how strikingly beautiful the animals are. And I know we've seen them in Amakhala once or twice as well, but they are absolutely striking, and I love how their sort of colors really stand out up here. Completely different compared to that beautiful green of Amakhala. Very, very arid and white and harsh browns, and it's different colors, and you see different colors on the animals as well. I always do sort of enjoy that sort of the different light, how it sort of influences the coat colors and things like that. Birds up here are very, very busy. See, so many of them sort of milling around on the banks. Very, very active, lots of vocalizing. And it looks like our springbok are going to be off and about as well. So let us zoom out. Let's see who else is around. Who do we want to spend a bit of time enjoying? Looks like some of these zebra have not quite disappeared from the dam just yet, so I think I'm just going to sort of do quite broad zoom over that whole area, and we can watch the animals at the back there a little as well. You can see with these lighting conditions that the animals tend to blend into the landscape quite well, especially these with these lighter coat colors. As you know, at a distance, it's very sort of hard to make out when they're standing still if they could be an inanimate object like a stump or something, if they're actually an animal, until you sort of start seeing them move. So I see, especially with the zebra, that I find that can be a bit of a challenge. And then, of course, with the likes of the impala and the springbok, it also has that same sort of effect, that it can be quite tricky to often see them against that harsh background at the back. Hi Nancy, I'm honestly not too sure. You'd have to look at sort of what the relative numbers in the reserve are, and I really don't know. They probably are one of the more common species, but I'd imagine that your black-faced impala would also be relatively common up here, that is the predominant impala species you do get here. And I mean, the gemsbok also appear in these large groups. The zebras appear in the larger herds, so I'm not too sure which is going to have the highest population density in the reserve, but I would imagine that springbok definitely do have a rather large population density up here. That you do find that the animals that are sort of very specifically arid adapted are going to be thriving in this environment, and that's why I would suspect it would be one of the either the gemsbok or the springbok, because those are the species that are really adapted to these more arid climates. And you find that other animals, although they do manage and they do all right, they are not really specifically designed for living in these environments, so they do struggle a little bit more, and that may influence their population density up here. And it looks like everyone's finished having their early morning drink and kind of start moving off, go find places for them to have a lovely grazing or browsing session or whatever they need to do. It does look like they're all going to start heading off there now, though. And you will find as it warms up, we will get a few more animals coming down until, of course, we get to the heat of the day, and then it tends to change a little bit again. It's always quite interesting to see those sort of change in dynamics and how different things happen at different times. But you will find that it does get exceptionally hot up here in Okukuyu, and that will definitely have an impact on how many animals we'll see at the hottest times of the day. But hopefully, even on those hot moments, you do tend to find that the elephants come down and they have a grand old time. So it's very possible we will get to see the ellies still if it does get nice and warm. And just quite a lovely scenery, actually, just watching everything going on. You can really imagine it'll be absolutely lovely to just sit here with a nice cup of coffee early in the morning, or maybe an iced coffee, as it is quite warm even in the mornings up here, and just sit and enjoy and listen to all the little sounds of nature, as it really is just quite peaceful. It's very, very relaxing.
Some say it's a game of chance, luck, even divine providence. Others would call it your grandma's weekly fix. Yes, we are talking about bingo. Join us in celebration of World Animal Day for the most gripping game of safari bingo to date. Our naturalists will be going head to head on a hunt to spot the animals you have chosen. It's sure to be one for the book.
Seems everyone's just having a slow morning, that they've all had their drink and it's just sort of a relaxing time. No one's really moving off too quickly. You can see the springbok in the background. They're doing a bit of grazing. And the zebra having a lovely little trot across the background, catch up with the rest of the herd that went off that way, I suppose. These three Gemsborg really don't seem to know exactly what they want to do. They're just having a slow moment, but it does look like maybe they're going to come down to the water now. We will have to wait and see. Always watch just how carefully they sort of place their feet around here. With all these rocks, you know, they've got to be careful. You don't want to end up with any injuries. It's not going to do you very good in the wild to get hurt. So you do find that the animals are very, very careful about foot placement. You do tend to see them often walk with their heads just a little bit lower, watching the ground as they take each step. Oh, and how's that for a nice little surprise? A gorgeous kudu bull walking into the frame for us. And they truly are absolutely gorgeous animals, definitely amongst my favorite antelope. There's just something about them that is truly quite majestic, and they really are just absolutely stunning. You can see how they bear that resemblance to the Inyala, which of course they are the same sort of family of these spiraled horned antelope. A little bit more drastic spirals than what we see on the Nyala, but you can see the same sort of facial markings, that strong white sort of bridge across the nose. And the stripes on the sides of the body. It's a little bit hard to see on these animals, but there is a stripe pattern on their sides. And of course they also have that sort of extra little bit of extra long fur around different parts of their body, similar to what we see on the male in the Nyalas. You find the same, the kudu females, they look quite drastic to the males. They're a little bit smaller than the boys, obviously. Still have that stripe pattern, but no horns. So you do see those sort of similarities in that family of antelope. And it looks like our springbuck have finally arrived off the side there, but I'm going to try and stick with these kudus. We don't see them too often. They are very shy. So I do quite enjoy when they do decide to come out and grace us with their presence. You'll see that these are males in their prime. If you look at the curls in their horns, at the 3 sort of curls that they get there, is a great indication of fully grown males, and they will be animals that are in their prime. They are in the best sort of parts of their life. They'll be actively breeding and competing for females, and they really are just gorgeous. And you can often sort of estimate a boy or the male kudu's age by how many spiral he's got in his horns. Something's got everyone feeling a little bit nervous, on edge. There you can see that beautiful stripe pattern on their sides, quite stunningly. All of our springbuck coming down now as well, getting themselves into the water, nice and ready for a nice warm day. Absolutely gorgeous scene here for us. But I think let us go and take a trip a little bit inland, and let us go and see what is happening in Mshatu, the land of the giants. A lovely quiet morning up here, bustling with activity though. It looks like got a lovely large herd of impala come down to have a drink with us. Of course we can hear all our red bill quelea going quite crazy there in the background as well. You can see just how much more nervous the animals look drinking here than what we've just seen up there. And look, we even have an ostrich walking around in the background, so maybe we'll get some awesome scenes with the ostriches coming down to drink again today. It was quite special the other day to watch those ostriches taking a bath. It's not something I've seen too frequently, so definitely would love to see a scene like that again. And there's all of our ostriches. There's a lot of tension going on though, apparently. Lots of running and chasing between all of these males, and it does look like there's a lot of males there. Seeing a lot of very, very dark colours. There's just little bits of white on the wings, and definitely is more indicative of those boys. Especially with them going into the breeding season, those boys will be looking in tip-top condition. Hi, Cindy. Absolutely. It's always one of the sort of pros on the dam cams is, all the antelope species are quite reliant on the water, so they do come down almost continuously, that there's very, very few sort of breaks. It's only really in those hot, hot moments in the middle of the day where it is just too hot for everyone to be out and about that it can get a little bit quiet, and you do tend to see a few antelope around, but they often sort of move into the shady areas. But yes, they are definitely true and loyal supporters of us. They love to come down and make sure we get to spend a bit of time with them. It does look like it's going to be another very windy day up here, though. You can see there's plenty of wind on the water. We can even hear that wind, and it's giving the camera quite the workout by the looks of it. But it does look like our impala are finishing up and going to likely move off in a second. But we will follow them as they move off, and then we will see what else we can find around the dam today. So, as these animals depart our dam here, I think it is time for us to go and say a very good morning and a very, very good welcome back to Trishala down in Amakhala.
Hello and good morning, everybody. I'm going to be a little bit quiet while we listen to this rufous-naped lark calling. Oh, I wonder if you heard that. with wing beats. Hi all, it's me, Trishala, and welcome to Escape to Nature at Amakhala, and it's BK. Yes, it is. I am very excited because it's my first day at Amakhala. Brand new birds, brand new vegetation, and this rufous-napped lark is just beautiful. Oh, it's turned around for us. So now we're going to be able to see. If you're wondering why I'm a little bit soft, it's just so that we could hear the lark. But it's turned around now, so we're going to see it flap or hit its wings, hopefully. What I love about Escape to Nature is that we get to take it a little bit easy. We get to really enjoy and ultimately slip in to the comfort of nature. And that's what I really like. That's why we're getting to spend such meaningful time with this lark, shall I say. Oh, did you see that? Those are the wing snaps. So what this lark is doing, well, the whole point of birds being able to sing is to advertise themselves. So it is a means of communication in the sense that they will advertise that I'm here, but not, and that maybe this is my territory, and any lovely ladies come and join me. But apart from that, it's not a way to communicate, say, their mood or anything like that. So the song, a bird's song, and calling in this way, and especially the wing snaps as well, just let us know that that lark is saying, "Hey, I'm here." So anybody who wants to come and join me, come and join me. Or if anyone can hear me, get away from my territory. Hi, Ariella. You say you're loving the sounds of nature? It's really beautiful. I'm so glad that we get to share this together. And also, I find that, so it's past game drive time now, so the majority of the vehicles are back at the lodges. Predators are settling down, so the bush kind of gets this silence, a different kind of silence. And that's when birds really, really can show off. And birds don't mind the midday sun. Often find them at little water holes, even little puddles. So during the day, it's a wonderful time to really get your binos out and learn about the new birds in the area. Oh, I love that wing snap like that. It's so beautiful. So if we pull out just a little bit, I'm sure BK's been giving you great close-ups of this beautiful bird, but you can actually see now the landscape. Flowers are starting to bloom quite a lot. So this area, so this is the Eastern Cape, but this particular part of the Eastern Cape includes part of the Cape Floristic region, and that's an area that is very famous for, the floristic displays. Huge biodiversity of flowers, and they all come into bloom kind of together, and it's going to peak very, very soon. And those flowers, accompanied by the beautiful bird calls, is very special. I feel like these flowers, so at the moment we're seeing this, these yellow bushes, which are the wild lavender bushes. And they're kind of dominating the landscape. But there's some areas where we're not seeing those bushes and we're seeing the smaller little flowers that I haven't really had a chance to identify properly, but they kind of look like stars dispersed in a Milky Way. So I don't know if you can tell, but I'm enjoying myself. There are also a lot of clouds coming in and settling over us. It could get a little bit misty. Hopefully we won't get any rain. But we're going to keep on moving away from the clouds, hopefully. And as usual, I have to... Still getting used to these vehicles, everyone. Alright. Let's keep on going. I really like this relaxed feeling. So during the game drive times, those are the peak times for sightings, and that's when we're really able to find quite a bit. And it's after those times that are after those particular times, outside of game drive times, I feel very relaxed in the bush. Kind of get very excited during game drive, and I think that escape to nature is one of those things that really allow me to explore that feeling of being really relaxed in the bush. So let's just have a look here. Get my head out of the way. You can see the clouds starting to come in. Hanging really low. And you can also see that the wild lavender patches, those yellow patches, are a little bit further on away from where we are. And in between those and us, there are these smaller dispersals of flowers that, for me, looks like a Milky Way full of stars. And it's only going to get better and more abundant. And with flowers, it can happen quickly. You know, it can be like this today, and in 2-3 days time, there'll be even more, and the colors will be beautiful and striking. Not that they aren't already, might I add. Anyway, let's keep on moving a little bit. See what else we can find. So we've seen a couple of antelope as we've gone through. Now, interestingly for me particularly, I normally guide at Djuma, and so I don't get the opportunity to see red hartebeest or blesbok or gemsbok. And we have seen some red hartebeest, and I think we saw a blesbok. So it'll be nice to spend time with those antelope. And also black wildebeest. In Djuma we only have blue wildebeest. So the black wildebeest we saw at quite a distance, but hopefully we'll see them again in a bit. And then we can all share in the excitement. So we're going to keep on moving, and we're going to send you over to Sam. She's at one of the water holes, but I didn't hear which one. But I'm sure you'll know when you get there.
Absolutely wonderful having Trishala back. She looks like she's very, very excited out there in Amakhala, so I'm sure she is going to do her very best to find the most interesting possible sightings for us out there. But back up in here in Ukukuya, it looks like some of the animals decided to come back on down for a drink, so I'm going to take us in on the left here, where it looks like we've probably got the most species in one shot. And of course, there we got it. One of our blackface impala, springbok, wildebeest, zebra. Nice busy scene, and of course our little grebes front and center as well. It's very, very different to what we see out there in Amakhala. Amakhala is looking so lovely and green, and all the flowers are blooming, and up here it just looks very, very dry still. And of course it is a very arid environment to start with, but we also haven't quite got to the time of year that we do get some rain up here. So everything's definitely looking a little bit worse for wear, and I'm sure the animals are having to work a little bit harder than usual to find all of the food requirements that they need. So impala gonna wander off there, wildebeest gonna start wandering off, the zebra starts to wander off. And I am convinced the animals can feel the cameras on them despite us being so far away. They always seem to have an amazing knack for sort of getting themselves into those wrong positions. All the wildebeest coming back on down, and looks like quite a few of the herd have decided to join them down here now. So there we can see some of our noisy culprit on this left bottom bank there. There's quite a few lapwings hanging around, making all of that noise for us, as they do so wonderfully. Absolutely, Adelaide, that it is very hot in Namibia. The animals are definitely in need of water quite frequently throughout the day. And I do see we have some kudu coming down there as well. But it looks like these wildebeest are going to walk down, and the kudu are going to slowly meander their way down here as well. But I do see that we have some beautiful gentle giants across in Djuma. So I think let us go across and see all of those beautiful ellies out there. Oh, and how is that for a very warm welcome from the elephants? Just a lovely little grumble there for us. But how gorgeous. They've come all the way up to the top here and walking right in front of the cameras because I spend so much time with them like this. It's absolutely stunning. And look at all these little ones as well. Always love it. It's of course a little bit of a cooler morning here in Djuma, but absolutely gorgeous to see all of these little elephants, all of the elephants in general. Always a treat when we get the ellies coming by for us, and it looks like they are on the right side of the dam for us today as well. Usually, of course, they're on that far side, but there's far too elephants. They spend more time there, and we don't get to spend too much time with them. It's hard to always keep track of them there. They tend to move off behind the bushes and everything quite quickly. So it's actually quite a nice little treat having them up on this side, and we can see them just a little bit better, and we can hear all of those sort of communication rumbles as they move along. And of course, it's always quite nice that whenever we go on the other dam cams, when we do see ellies, it's usually that they're coming to have a drink or to play in the water. And while that's not what we don't see here, we do see it quite a bit here in Djuma as well. You do get this lovely little change where we do get to see the elephants doing quite a bit of grazing and browsing. And that's with all the animals, that you get a nice little change here at Djuma, that we don't just have animals coming for a drink, we also have animals doing all of the other sort of activities as well. And that is absolutely wonderful. It's fantastic to get to see a little bit of variation, not just drinking animals. So I do quite enjoy this in there, and right the perfect location for us to watch just how delicately they use those trunks in order to feed themselves, to lift what they want, to ignore what they don't want. An absolutely perfect fine motor control there. Hi Wayne, so it can be quite difficult to differentiate between different herds. That is usually a bit simpler if you sort of see them arriving at the same time, and you'll be able to tell by the interactions between the individuals whether they are family or not. But when they've sort of had that initial greeting and they sort of are accustomed to one another, it becomes a little bit more tricky, and then you'd have to wait to see as the herds move off. You'll see obviously the individual herds will keep following their own matriarchs, not always sort of, they won't follow the wrong matriarch. They know exactly who are their own family members. So you kind of have to rely on things like that, typically the herds will stay a little bit more separated. They will sort of keep that sort of distance between one another. But, every situation is different, that there can be changes in that. But yeah, typically you're going to sort of look at who's responding to which of the matriarchs. But of course that means you've got to work out who is the matriarch, which of course is a whole nother challenge altogether. So I do see we have some elephants that have gone down for a drink there, but I'd rather like to follow these ones up on the bank a little bit more and just enjoy them as they sort of go about their feeding moments. So it looks like that big girl's quite determined to walk off, so I'm going to try and stick with these younger ones. So they seem to be doing a little bit more foraging, slowly moving themselves along. No, this little one is they're just like toddlers. There's way too much energy and they never sort of know exactly what they want to do. Where did he run off to now? I'm not even too sure where the little one ran off. He ran off somewhere. No, Not too sure where he moved himself off to. I'm sure we'll catch him again in a second though. He likely didn't go too far. So it looks like these elephants are quite determinedly walking away from us. And it's going to get a bit tricky to see them, so I'm going to try and move us back to these ones that are down by the dam, and we can follow them as they probably will move back up and move along here as well. Can see these ellies have definitely been in the water this morning, likely just sort of crossed the water to get to the side of the bank. I would imagine you can see that sort of dark line on their bodies. Looks like this one youngster's having a nice slow moment here. Everyone else has sort of moved off. I'm sure he'll go and run to catch up in a minute. And of course he's going to go put himself as far into those bushes as possible so we can't see him. So let's see if we can catch up to this elephant that did come up here. See if she's moved off very quickly or if she moved slowly for us. So I'm not too sure. I think this is her walking in here now. And we can just sit and enjoy them having a nice slow moment. Having a little munch on all the grass and the trees and the bushes and everything else, and it's quite lovely. We've got all the birds talking to us, and it's quite a lovely morning. Doesn't look like it's too warm just yet. Definitely is warming up, but I don't think it's too hot just yet. It does look like a little bit of a partly cloudy day. There's definitely some clouds hanging around overhead, which is nice in some regards because it won't be as hot as usual. But with us looking at the dam cams, you also kind of need it to be nice and warm for loads of animals to be coming down. But they're not too hot that the animals are not going to want to come out in the heat. So it's always sort of this nice fine balance that you need to maintain. Beautiful just watching as the elephants walk through here. Looks like our little elephant decided to finally catch up and doing it with a little bit of flair because why not? Oh, he looks like quite a clown. It does look like these guys are moving further and further off, so I'm going to try and move us back across. See who else is around that we can watch for a little while. So it looks like this female hasn't moved off too far just yet. Just stopped to have a lovely munch. But I'm hearing quite a bit of movement on the dam, which is going to be curious if we've got elephants playing on that side. So let's go and see what's happening. So I'm sure I can hear water. So there's the ellies that were around here. So I don't know if it's our hippos that are making noise or our hippo. Which looks like must be because you can hear the water moving. I don't know if Dewey's got himself a friend again here. It did look like there was maybe 2 hippos around, so I think we're going to have to take a good look today and find out if we've got a second hippo joining us. But we will keep following these elephants as they move off, because I think that is going to be quite pleasant. Sounds like there's something quite close to us, which is curious. Who's here? Ah, I've got another Ellie walking his way through for us. Or her way through for us, rather. It looks like this Ellie's having a grand time sort of picking up in the grass there between all of the bushes. And of course, with all of these sort of brushy layers that have fallen down, they provide these quite lovely sort of environments where other plants can flourish because they don't have as many threats around to sort of trouble them. Of course, not many animals are going to be able to get through all of those branches to get to it. So you find that the elephants absolutely love these spots. They know that it is a great spot for them to go and find food that has not yet been touched by the animals, and is probably still going to be fairly nice and nutritious for them. One of the absolutely fantastic benefits of having a very, very well developed trunk that you can control with very, very acute precision. You can see just how useful having a trunk is. You can move things around, you can make sure you're getting where you want to. Of course, other animals would not quite be able to get in there like that. Neither have the strength nor the ability to move things that easily. You can see he's getting some really, really nice green bits from underneath all that brush.
Have you heard? World Animal Day is on its way, and with it, a very exciting game of Animal Bingo. Join in on the fun with your very own Animal Bingo shirt. And who knows, perhaps wearing one of these lucky shirts in support of your favorite naturalist could help them win. Find this and more in the Wildrith shop today.
So it looks like our elephants decided to come back out, but otherwise a very, very quiet morning in Djuma. I think this wind is definitely keeping the temperature down, and there's not too many animals out and about just yet for us. So I'm just going to try and keep track of these elephants for as long as we can while they move through all of this thickets area over here, and hopefully we will still get to see them for a little while longer. They can be a little bit more cooperative, come out into the open a little bit more for us to watch them. These guys don't seem to be cooperating and moved themselves even further into the brushy layer. So I'm going to pan us across, see if some of these other ellies aren't still out in the open on this side. Otherwise, it might be time for a change of location again. One last elephant slowly moving off. But I think with these ellies moving off, I think let us pop on back over to Mashatu and see what's happening up there. And it looks like the impala have come down by the dozens by the look of it. Look at how many of them are on the river, on the banks here. Just absolutely hundreds. And of course 2 warthogs in the mix, because we would be remiss to ignore them. Just look at all of these impala. Some of them moving off now, but geez, there's quite a lot around. It does look like we've maybe got an ostrich hanging around at the back behind these initial bushes here. So it looks like maybe we will still get the ostriches coming down for a drink. Geez, look at those impala go, so you can see just how agile these antelope are. And they are absolutely fantastic jumpers, that they can clear huge distances in one stride like that. Don't know what's got everybody so worked up that suddenly there's a frenzy to get moving. But it's sort of like they just crossed an invisible line and suddenly you've just got to run. You can't just be walking off anymore. And now ostrich coming out into the open there nicely for us. You can see him patrolling along the back there. Red Bull Quelea are really making quite a racket this morning. And some of these impala are obviously a little bit more neurotic than others. Really exaggerating the stretched out drinking pose there a little bit. Hi, Sarah. So they do know and they are well aware that there is a crocodile that lives in this dam, which is why we see that very sort of stressed drinking pose from them. But I don't think that that's necessarily what's got them all running off. I suspect that this is one of those things that they're realizing more that the family is moving and no one really wants to be left alone. That with impala, they're very, very social. They sort of need to be living in those herds, that it's very important for them. So I suspect that it's a lot more about that they're sort of getting left behind and they're running to catch up. But maybe there is some unforeseen signal somewhere in the bush. Maybe there's a scent that's getting carried that's getting them nervous. And it's very, very hard to sort of understand what's going on without being out there for yourself and being able to hear the sounds properly, being able to see everything properly. So you can see, like, these guys, there was no apparent sound. We didn't hear any obvious alarms, but suddenly they are all running off together as if there was a threat. The only other reason I've seen the impala run like that here is usually when the elephants are on their way in. That the impala are definitely not huge fans of the elephants being around. But with everyone sort of departing us there, I think I'm going to focus us a little bit more on these two ostriches that look like they may be imminently coming down to drink. And of course, Egyptian geese have to make sure that we know that they are around. They are still alive and well on the dam here. Very opinionated as per usual. But it does look like our ostrich have changed their mind and off they go. Contrary to that, we've got a warthog who has decided it is the perfect moment to plonk himself down in a mud wallow. It's like our warthog's trying to dig out the wallow a little bit more there, make sure he's getting it perfectly right for him to get in there, make sure that he can do it comfortably, cover all the parts of him that he needs to cover. Looks like this ostrich has regathered its courage, coming down for a drink now. And of course that male in his full breeding colours coming down as well. Does look like this is likely a female with a male. A little bit tricky to tell, but does look more that sort of grey coloration that we would expect in a female. Now warthog very curious about these new visitors to the dam. And no, not quite for him, and off he goes. So let's see if with him gone, if these ostrich are going to come and have a lovely drink for us. Looks like they are getting closer. We may yet see it before we get to Christmas. Always take quite a while for them to sort of weave their way down. It's usually with quite a few approaches and retreats and approach and retreats and approach and retreats. I did see there's a third ostrich coming in there as well on the right. And off we go. Nope, not quite ready yet to come and have our drink, but looks like of it. And looks like our ostrich are going to be off. So let's zoom out, see if there's anybody else around that we may want to take a look at. Seems as our ostrich are going to take a while to make a decision there. So we've got some impala on this side and some wallowing warthog. Let's get a little bit closer. You can see that this is one of the warthog's preferred wallows. They've spent quite a bit of time digging it out, getting it into the perfect shape, the perfect depth for them to get in there and make sure it's a nice comfy wallow with plenty of mud for them to use. Doesn't look like everyone's quite ready for the wallow this morning though. Some of them still sort of milling around on the sides. Not too sure if they want to get in and have a nice little lay down, little cool down there. Looks like not everyone wants to have a wallow. Most of those warthogs getting out there now, just having a little bit of a drink. One of our Egyptian geese making sure we know he's here. Ah, and look at that. An absolutely gorgeous little elephant group come through for us. Wonder if it's just these two or if there are going to be more coming. So I'm just going to zoom us out a little bit before we get overwhelmed with elephant coming in quite quickly. It looks like we are going to be having quite the elephanty day. Now we just need to get some elephants on Okukuyo as well at some point, and we will have completed it, and we'll have elephants on all of our dam cams today. And that is quite a fantastic day in my opinion. Loads and loads of elephants all around. Hi, VK. Absolutely is going to be a very elephanty day for us, it looks like, but there is absolutely nothing wrong with that. I do find that all of the lovely hot days we have usually leads to quite a few elephant sightings, as they quite desperately come down for a drink and a bit of a wallow with the mud. So definitely think we are going to have a fantastic elephanty kind of day today. Hi, Veronica. These kinds of facts I get a little bit mixed up between different animals. I know that the babies are quite heavy, but I'm just going to double check for us because I don't like to lie. So I always just like to double check that my interest lies a lot more in behavior rather than the sort of various direct facts like weights and heights and things like that, so I always get them a little bit mixed up. But I do know that the babies weigh sort of in the range of just over 100 kgs. Obviously there will be some variation based on the size of the adults as well, but it's usually in the sort of range of 100 to 120 kgs at birth. So small, but still definitely quite heavy babies. And I read quite a few books in my time where various people have worked on rehabilitating elephants that have lost their mothers due to various poaching incidences and things. And very similar to like with rhino rehabilitation, they require a lot of care. That they're very social animals, that they are not these animals that you can have a very hands-off approach with, that you need to be quite invested. And what ends up happening when you get these little ones in is they do a fair amount of sort of bonding, where the carers will often sleep just outside the room or in the room with the animals when they're very little. And I've known some people who've worked with some very tiny elephant calves, and the babies are so intent on comfort and cuddles that they will lie very close to their carers, often half on top, and they reckon that it is always quite the uncomfortable experience. So one thing when the babies are small and it's just their head, but as they sort of start to grow, that head starts to weigh a lot, and it becomes quite difficult to get some sleep around them still. But yeah, I can't imagine that cuddling with an elephant baby is the most comfortable thing to do. I think it is a little bit of a dangerous endeavor. It's obviously something not to be undertaken lightly, that those carers for these animals go through quite a bit of training before you get to do that kind of thing, so that you know exactly what to do and what not to do, and how to read different behavioral cues. And it looks like definitely getting to the time of day that we can start with our mud baths. Getting a little bit of mud going. I'm sure there will be more. You can see one shiny spot, so I'm sure there will be plenty more mud where that came from. And these young elephants always just seem to really enjoy just playing with the water. It's not always just about drinking and bathing. There's also a fair amount of just playing. There's a lot of enjoyment with elephants and interacting with water. can see that it's definitely not gotten to that very hot time of the day where the elephants really get quite excited by water, but rather they're just having a very, very slow morning here. It's just sort of a little bit of investigating, a little bit of playing, having a little bit of a drink. And there's really no rush for them right now, that they do just seem to be having a lovely slow morning. So this is a lovely, slow and peaceful start, but I think let us have a bit of a change of scenery. Let's go and catch up with Trish in Amakhala, see what she's getting up to.
We have been exploring about, and luckily we've managed to dodge the rain for the most part, but it is feeling quite damp out here. And I think that this vervet monkey that's perched on top of this tree is probably feeling a bit of that dampness too, because I'm getting a little bit chilly. And luckily for it, it's covered in fur. Or I guess luckily for me, I'm not covered in fur. But it is a vervet monkey, and it seems to be away from its troop. But they often will have sentries kind of just positioned at strategic places to make sure that the troop is safe as they go about foraging during the day, because of course they are diurnal. It's a shame though, because I feel like the ones that are sentries are always lonely at the top, searching around for for threats while everybody else forages, but they get a turn too to forage. And they'll be looking for fruits, buds, leaves, but occasionally they will take invertebrates as well. Maybe even small mammals, but that's not the primary primary constituents of their diet. I always find if you see one vervet monkey, you're bound to see the others too. But I don't hear them, and I don't see them, because they are very, very, very naughty. There's always, if you ask any South African about vervet monkeys, they're going to give you a ridiculous story, and you're going to laugh very much at it. I remember a vervet monkey, I won't say breaking into our house because it didn't break anything, but came into our house and then opened like a Tupperware container full of sweet treats and then ate it all. And then my grandmother blamed my grandfather for being a messy eater, but we found that the monkeys had gotten hold of those treats, and they were in fact the ones that dumped it all over the lounge and stairs. I think it's funnier that she thought that my grandfather would do something like that. But there's always a funny story that follows vervet monkeys around. BK, have you had a bad experience with vervet monkeys?
No, but I've seen guys losing their food to vervet monkeys.
Yes, it happens often. And if you didn't hear, BK said that he's often seen guys losing their food to vervet monkeys. Definitely around camps. Happens all the time because they're sneaky, they're mischievous, and they're clever, very, very clever. They have quite a complex social system. Well, not really a social system, but the recognition of each other is really a higher order, very complex. They use facial features in order to communicate. So things like raising the eyebrows or frowning, showing off their eyelids. So their eyelids are quite light. And so if they're showing off the eyelids, they're also communicating, and of course showing off the teeth. So there's these micro expressions that we're usually used to being associated with humans, but they're associated with vervet monkeys too. And troops can be, 10 to 30 individuals on average, and males always outrank females. And then the young inherit their mother's rank. But of course, there's always that dominant or alpha male that everybody wants to mate with. And that's not particularly because of his genetics, but for the protection he can offer their infants. Everything sounds very, very, very peaceful. Our vervet is not doing much differently. Oh, moving around, crawling down, perhaps going to meet the rest of the troop. So cool. I hope that we get to see more of them. I was talking a little bit about their complex behavior, and they kind of they do this thing. I don't know how to describe it, or there's no word to describe it, but they kind of stick up for each other. And that's really interesting because it implies that they know about their relationship. But what is even more interesting is that so say there's one vervet monkey and it's got a nephew. and that nephew gets bullied by the nephew of another vervet monkey, then both aunts may be aggressive towards each other. So they also recognize fairly far relationships and the relationships between those animals and their own family. So it means that the one aunt has to recognize that, one, that's their nephew that's being bullied. Two, that the nephew of the other vervet is, or the other vervet is the nephew of some other aunt. So there's a whole lot of recognition that has to go on, and I find that quite, like, really complex that they can stick up for each other in that way. Let's see if we can go round and if we'll catch it coming down on the other side, and perhaps the rest of the troop, which would be awesome. So it was sitting up high in that tree, so it could be that the troop is actually below, which is in fact the reason of a sentry, to be able to be at the highest point to offer most protection and be able to see best. I don't see it. So let's just maybe just do this. I'm not sure if we'll be able to see. It's that tree there, BK. I don't see him, but we can just have a look at the tree. I have a feeling that the rest of the troop is down in that drainage. We can wait for a few seconds and see if anybody comes up, but I'm considering where it was sitting, that would probably be the best place, or best view of watching down below. So though who the sentinel is can change, it's usually a dominant male or one of the dominant males. Huh. I think we have to give up on our vervet monkey. That's okay. I thought I saw a pair of ears further up the road. It looked like an antelope of some sort. I keep thinking that I'm going to see a leopard, and then I never do. But that's also because there aren't many leopards in Amakhala. Some say it is a myth that they exist at all at Amakhala. But if we are so lucky, it would be a Cape leopard, so they're much smaller than the leopards that we see in the Lowveld. And that would be an absolute treat. Okay. Oh! BK's eyes are working. There we go. We've got some warties. You might notice that these warthogs look particularly red, but it's not because they're a different species. It's just because they've been rolling around in this rich clay-rich sand. There we go. There's quite a few of them at the reserve, or we've been seeing quite a few of them. Animals like this, if we talk a little bit about conservation, well, not really conservation, both natural areas and just the natural predator-prey interactions. Animals like this who reproduce fairly quickly need to have predators in order to control population. I don't mean control population in terms of humans controlling population. I just mean like that's how nature reaches an equilibrium and a carrying capacity for an area. And with fewer lions around than, say, Djuma, they have had the opportunity to kind of really grow their population in this particular area. But it's very rare that, you know, it just exponentially increases and then there's no biological mechanism by which they get controlled, whether that's predators, whether it's too much competition, intraspecific competition, so that's competition within the same species. Maybe they eat too much of the vegetation, there's nothing left, some of them starve. Whatever it is, there's always a way that nature reaches an equilibrium. And when it's left to its own devices, it will do that quite naturally. So for now, the warthogs get to enjoy being a very prominent species out here at Amakhala. Which is good for them, I think. Ooh. Felt a couple raindrops, or some kind of drop, and some wind. I feel like we've been driving away or avoiding the weather pretty well. So we might keep on driving as soon as they move out of sight. See if we can avoid the droplets. We can also take a moment while they walk away. Oh no, they've duped us. They're not actually walking away, they're just walking around to probably find a fresh patch of nice vegetation, juicy vegetation here at Amakhala. So let's send you over to Sam, who's in Djuma. See what's happening on the dam cam there.
It looks like a little bit cool and out there, but it does also look quite cool here in Djuma this morning. And I thought it would bring us back that I did see that there were a few ellies here, and these are the last two left. But there's quite a young calf, and it is always just quite special whenever you get these baby animals around. So I thought it would be quite nice for us to just spend a little bit of time to watch and enjoy them as they slowly are on the move to go off again. The rest of the family did move off, but I thought it's just absolutely fantastic spending a little bit of time watching them. So you never know what a young elephant's going to get up to. They always have such interesting and very playful antics. So I thought it would be quite fun for us to just follow as this little mom and her baby run around here a little while. And there we go. Mom, of course you would go and block your baby from us, because why wouldn't you? Very curious little one, looking at everything and touching everything and seeing what mischief he can get himself up to. It looks like there's a couple of impala around as well this morning. Though they do look a little bit skeptical about this whole elephant thing, so it looks like they're going to make a very hasty retreat away from where the elephants are. It does look like our ellies are going to move up into this brush line now, and I think we're going to end up losing track of them in a second. Moving quite quickly behind those bushes, so I think we're going to end up losing sight of them quite quickly here, unless they get to these more open patches off to the side. Just going to take us back a little bit so we can see, and hopefully they will cross our path again. Hi Morris, yeah, like I said, I am convinced the animals can feel when I've decided to focus in on them, and they make it very, very difficult. And it's always quite amazing to see just how well elephants can disappear into the bush. You would think an animal with that sort of size, how would they manage to disappear? But they are exceptionally good at it. As evidenced here, I can tell that the elephant's still quite far on the right, because every now and then I see her tail swishing. But apparently that is as far as they're going to go. Make sure they're out of sight of us and we're not going to be able to watch them. And they are quite happy with that arrangement by the sounds of it. So I'm going to try and see. I do see these lapwings on the shore here, and I wasn't sure if one of them may be one of the babies. So I just wanted to take a bit of a look. So these two right on the shore are not babies. Those are the adult birds. But I see at the back there, running a little bit higher on the grass line, is one of the little chicks that is not so much of a little chick anymore. You can still see it's not quite in that adult color, but definitely getting there slowly. You can see just how quickly these chicks have grown. And then they're probably only around 6, maybe nearly 7 weeks old. But that is just how quick it goes. That these guys grow up very, very quickly. And while they're probably not yet capable of proper flight, they've definitely started to get those flight feathers in. And they'll start to experiment with these little hops as they start to practice that, build up the flight muscles. Trying to keep up with him while he's out on his little foraging spree. He's obviously looking for insects and everything yummy around. Very, very busy morning. Can't stop moving. Need to find all that food, and it is a cooler day, so you'll find that they're probably going to eat a little bit more than usual, as they're going to be expending a lot of energy on trying to maintain their temperatures. There you can see those wings are definitely there. Those flight feathers are definitely there. It's probably not doing too much actual flying just yet, but definitely starting to experiment with those wings. He's moving quite quickly. It's quite hard to try and keep up with him. You wouldn't think such a little bird could move so quickly, but those little legs do make them go quite fast around, and we are quite zoomed in, so the camera does struggle to sort of pan fast enough to keep up with the little bird. Looks like he's going to come right onto the water's edge. There's usually plenty of little nunus around for them here. We can see that terrapin moving around on the shoreline there, sort of just in the very shallow water. I can just see his back moving. And another little terrapin in the shallows there. So you can see just how brave these guys are getting now, not spending as much time close to the parents, starting to venture out, starting to get brave. And definitely does start to build that distance that they're likely to go. So you can see they're definitely experimenting with his wings. Maybe doesn't quite have the hang of it yet, but definitely experimenting. Sure, he's going to stop here by all of these elephant dung balls. Plenty of insects will be around these spots, as there's always undigested material. So there's always loads of insects that tend to come in and finish up that sort of breaking down process of all the plant matter in there. Looks like now we're going to go and march off back in the opposite direction, back to where we started from. So we can still hear crunching of Ellie's. So I wonder if that mommy has come out with her baby there, if it's one of the other elephants that is maybe a little bit more visible. But I do think it's maybe that mommy who's come out with the baby there. So I'm going to take us across and in, see if we can find them again. And we've even got some guinea fowls coming down to keep us some company. So there we go, a guinea fowl and an elephant with a head in a bush. Looks like our Ellie and her calf are going to keep moving on and up, and I think they're going to start to move a little bit more away from the dam now. So I do think we are going to lose them for good and proper this time, so I'm going to take us all the way back out, move us around the dam, see if anyone else is around for us to spend some time with, or if we can find the rest of the elephants that were around earlier. It does look like there are two still having a little bit of a browsing session on that far bank. So I'm going to take us in there and we can watch them as they have a nice little morning munch. Hi Zoe, so you'll find that obviously a lot of insects are going to interact with that dung to help break it down, and with a lot of insects, pretty much any insect eating animal will sort of interact with that dung in order to find it. And I know I've seen photos and videos of some animals just using the dung as sort of balls to play with, that you'll often find that elephants themselves will often sort of kick their own dung piles around. I've seen videos of leopards playing with them. I've seen photos of honey badgers playing with them. So you do find that some animals do also just use it as a bit of a source of entertainment. But in terms of food, you'll find that pretty much anything that is going to be feeding off of insects is probably going to spend a bit of time with elephant dung, as there's always going to be a fantastic insect cache inside there. You can see that impala at the back there doing a great job making sure he gets his scent all over those bushes. It's the most likely explanation. He's maybe also got a bit of an itch, but more importantly, he'll be spreading his scent by rubbing his head all over it like that. So lovely and beautiful that this site is. I think let us, before the elephants leave us this time, let us head back on over to Trish and see what she's got for us.
We have the most delightful yellow mongoose that is foraging around, giving us great displays. So we're going to watch it for a little bit, and then we can chat a little bit about it. Oh no, come, oh. Come back this side. It looks like a tiny fox moving on this grass. But it is in fact a mongoose. Look at that. So they're in the family Herpestidae. And you can obviously tell by its coat, it's quite yellow, goldeny, but that obvious white tip of the tail, that's a dead giveaway. Because oddly enough, slender mongoose can also come in this color. Not that we ever see that in Djuma, but they have a lot of color variation in their fur. But that white tip is distinctive. If it were a yellow mongoose, a slender mongoose that had a yellow coat, it would have a black tip on the tail. And yes, there are slender mongoose that have that tip. I've seen photos of some in zoos and things like that that have that kind of coat. But the white tip gives it away. So it's foraging around for basically invertebrates, so small insects, not even small insects, insects in general. They particularly like crickets, grasshoppers, those kinds of orthopterans, and then termites as well. Come on, pop back up. It jumped into the air at one point. Look at that. Magic. So relaxed. It's really nice to see that, because often with mongoose sightings, they're not very relaxed. They're very cautious of you, very curious, but also generally they move pretty fast. So even though they're not scared of you, and mongoose I'm not sure are scared of anything, but they tend to move quickly. So sightings of them just chilling and foraging are not as common as we would hope. Oh, it's running because there's crows coming. I thought it was going to be a goner. Thought it was going to be a goner there, because they're vulnerable to birds of prey. Now, these crows are not exactly birds of prey when we think they're not raptors, but they will certainly take a yellow mongoose, and this one seems almost to be a juvenile, or not a juvenile, maybe a sub-adult. Because usually they live in pairs and they have a whole burrow system and a hierarchical community of, say, 30 individuals or so. Well, I guess up to, not always that much. And to find one singly moving around like this, probably a sub-adult that is dispersing. Andrea, you say that mongoose moves super fast? It really does. We thought it was disappeared, but now it popped back up on the ridge there. They do move really fast, and I guess, Andrea, they kind of they need to. Also, it's like their bodies are so small, it's very difficult for them to look like they're moving slowly because every step um, requires so much energy. It's like they're almost on springs. So relaxed. I'm thrilled. So carefully looking around, and we can see nose to the ground. Also, their heads are quite triangular shaped, and it might seem insignificant, but it really is important. In fact, most animals have a triangular shaped head, right? Us, not so much. But it's important because the nose is out in front, which means that you can point to the ground if using your olfactory senses are the primary way that you get your food. And you can see as it moves, it's got its head down on the ground, sniffing around for those things that it enjoys, those termites, crickets, things like that, that are small. And might be a little bit more difficult to see than they are to smell. It's so beautiful. So when we first saw it, it kind of popped out of an area quite close to where the car is. Maybe that's its burrow system. Maybe we'll see it return home. Their home is usually a permanent one. So if they form a burrow system here, it's usually one that they will use for quite a long time. Maybe we'll see others come out. That would be amazing. I no longer see it. Do you see it, BK? Oh. Okay, perfect. I wish that my eyes had zoom lenses. Oh, there we go. Puttering about here. Kind of looks like a fairy tale meadow with the flowers and the short grass and the slight hills, little knolls, and this tiny yellow mongoose scurrying about. So I wonder if you saw that as it reached the ground there, it kind of flicked from side to side. Another important, I guess, use of that pointed snout is the ability to push things aside quite easily. There might be termites under the rocks, under a bit of decaying wood. It's important to be able to lift those things to really get the tasty food you want. So sometimes I'm just thinking about the fact that this looks smaller than a fully grown yellow mongoose. And so while it could be one that's dispersed, a subadult that's dispersed, and it is alone, probably is, but the other option is it could still be a subadult, it's the right size for a subadult, but it could be that it's just, it seems to have caught something. It's moving quite frantically. Can't see him? Oh, I can try to reposition. You see him?
Yeah.
Okay. So it could be a, a sub-adult that's just foraging on its own, because usually there's an alpha pair, their most recent offspring that makes up their little colony. But sub-adults and even extended family can exist within the colony, but they may forage separately. So we have two options. It could be that, or it could be a dispersed sub-adult. It's really covering all the nooks and crannies of this little area, but it's becoming more and more difficult for BK to be able to get it. Okay, so what we'll do, I think we'll turn around here, or maybe I'll just reverse. Let's see. Just if we go down, we have a view into that. A view down here into that little dip. Let's see, I'm gonna turn around, BK. I love the way that it's moving around this area. It feels very much like it knows this area. It's kind of belongs to it. Definitely its territory, or soon to be territory if it's not territorial yet. Ooh, now I can't see it. Other side of it. Okay. See if we can go around here. I think it's fairly used to our presence now. Okay. Aha. There we go. Oh, this is just delightful. I see it chewing and scratching. Oh, this is too precious. I am so thrilled at how relaxed it is around us. And we've moved with the vehicle quite a bit. And usually, and I mean, this vehicle doesn't start softly. And the immobilizer does a little beep beep. So it's obviously used to us. If it can tolerate that. Oh, what's happened? What's happened? I love this. And now is such a great time for insects. There's rain, it's starting to heat up. Lots of opportunities to find the exact kinds of foods it's after. Dipping its head into every little dip. Oh, wow. And now in and amongst the flowers. Mongoose also have quite robust and long claws. And those claws are perfectly equipped for digging, and they do often dig out insects, dig out um, even little frogs, anything they can really get their hands on. Oh, we have a compliment for you, BK. Mickey says, awesome camera work. Absolutely. BK is a star. And he's also not too bad at spotting in the bush as well. This is, I think, the longest mongoose sighting I've ever had, apart from dwarf mongoose outside of their burrow. But I'm not sure that counts, because that's a reliable sighting. You know they're going to be there in the sun in the morning before they go out foraging. So this is extra special. I love when they take on that meerkat-like pose. Of course, they share the Herpestidae family with meerkats, but they're sometimes called red meerkats. I mean, colloquially, because they're not meerkats; they are mongoose. But it's because they stand up a lot like meerkats quite often on those back legs. Just like that. What a great way to look around, especially this pretty short grass. So it's almost the perfect height to look down and see if there's any tasty treats, but also to be able to survey what's happening around them. Remember how it ran because of those crows coming across? So that's also something that they've got to look out for, as well as like medium-sized carnivores like jackals, caracal. They have to look out for them too. Yes, come back this way. I love that. Really pushing the nose to the ground and the claws to dig a nice space too. I wish I could see what you're seeing, because the cuteness and the flowers and everything must just be an amazing sight. I'm gonna just be quiet for a little bit and we can simply enjoy all the movements of the meerkat. Not the meerkat, the mongoose. bounding through. Absolutely, Carol. Carol says one of the cutest sightings, and the lovely flowers, and this mongoose. Absolutely. I'm kind of almost hypnotized by it. Also, I love how it stands up like a meerkat on its back legs, and then looks in both directions, makes sure that it's covering as much as it can. So because it's a little bit overcast, and there's quite a lot of humidity or water in the air, there'll be fewer birds of prey that are flying about. So it's a good time for this mongoose to be out, because I see it starting to clear and there being some blue skies or patches of blue sky coming through. So I think it's really taken advantage of that time where aerial predators are not very active. And because birds of prey or raptors are usually quite heavy birds compared to, small little birds like a prinia or something like that, or even a starling. So they need to be able to create extra lift, and they use thermals, that's rising hot air, to help them. And when it's overcast and quite chilly, there aren't very many thermals until the sun comes out to warm up the ground. So that's why I say it's a good time to be foraging as a mongoose, especially if you're foraging alone. So slender mongoose also forage alone, but you will never have a sighting like this with slender mongoose. It just won't happen. They're so cautious. You usually see them from a distance and then they dart into the bush. And you wouldn't see them in an open area like this. So I think that this yellow mongoose is really having a field day, taking advantage of the weather. But still very cautious, always getting up on the back legs to have a look around. You got to try a new spot now, buddy. You've already been around there.
Double checking.
Hmm?
Double checking.
Oh, he's double checking, yes. In case it missed out on anything. I mean, I'd be double checking my lunchbox too if I were hungry. Yes, come closer. Here's the best sightings I've had in the bush. I'm not one specific species. It's not like, the leopard sightings are the best or the lion sightings. It's the sightings where you sat around long enough to really be able to observe an animal and its behavior, and almost be present enough for them to start to be unaffected by your presence. And I think that's what's happened here. Is if we've sat and watched it for such a long time that, I mean, by the mere fact of us existing in the same space, it is aware of us, but it is less aware of us now than it was when we first arrived. So slowly it's relaxed completely into its natural behavior. Or at least we hope so. Oh, look at that. Yes, this is your space. I like the sudden movements and the little pouncing. Oh, some butterfly embellishments. This is grand. I think this sighting was my escape to nature. I love sitting with an animal for a long time. And I'm really glad it lasted this long, because I thought it was going to be a goner when those crows came past and it ran and the crows were going in the exact right position. I thought, oh gosh, what are we going to see here? Are the crows going to dip? Mongoose going to dash? Luckily, everybody was uninterested in the mongoose. I say everybody, I mean the crows. Oh, look at that. Dig, dig, dig. And so quickly, too. It really does look like a miniature fox. Even the way it lifts up its front leg when it's waiting and it thinks it's seen something, like a pointer or a predator. And of course it is a predator, it's a carnivore, and it's preying on all these little insects it can find. I love how it looks at us every now and then, just to make sure that we're still not a threat. Yes, we are not a threat to you, young one. This was just stunning. Really beautiful to be spending this time with this yellow mongoose. But for now, we're going to send you over to Sam to see what she's getting up to, and we're going to move on and see what other cool sightings we can find.
absolutely precious sighting of that little yellow mongoose. Really so special to get to spend so much time with them. Mongoose can be very, very shy little animals, especially the solitary ones, so to have one spending so much time back, that really is a fantastic sighting. But it looks like we are going to complete the trifecta of elephant sightings on the dam cams with these 4 absolutely stunning ellies coming down to the dam here in Okukuyo for us. So that means we've had elephant on Mashatu, we've had elephant at Djuma, and now we have had elephants at Okukuyo as well. So we've had the full trifecta of elephant sightings. And these 4 just seem to be having a lovely slow moment in the water. That they've been here for quite a while already, just sort of milling around, drinking a little bit, but more just sort of enjoying being by the water and in the water a little bit, I think. But very, very placid and calm. Not too much stress for them, and you can see how different it is here compared to Mashatu. Where those Mashatu elephants can be real brats and chase the other animals around. But up here, these elephants are just completely calm. Really is just so peaceful watching all these animals mill about that it's way too hot to waste time on the trivial things. And so everyone's got a very, very set purpose in mind. We're either here to drink and cool down in the water, or we are moving off to go and do some grazing. But it is absolutely lovely having so many different species in one sort of location like this. It's rather enjoyable having some springbuck, we've got some gemsbok, we've got kudu, there's zebra in the background. And of course these 4 lovely giants, and you can see that our little grebe is hanging around there. Like I said, he's got a partner now, so it looks like, I think the name that he had been christened with was George, the little grebe at Okukuyo, and it looks like he's got a little friend there, so I think we're going to have to give his friend a little nickname as well, so that she doesn't feel left out, as it likely will now be a male and female pair that are on the dam. And hopefully we will get to even see some babies coming out at some point, so that would be really quite special. peaceful elephant, really don't seem to be in too much of a rush. I really wouldn't even be surprised if some of them were having a little bit of a nap there, that they're just so calm and relaxed that there's like no rush in the world. And although every now and then there is a sort of a sip of water coming through, and oh, we're getting some mud throwing now, for the most part they have been very, very calm here. And looks like we are going to start with all the shenanigans of having our lovely little bathing moment here. It's always quite lovely. I do enjoy watching it, and there's so many little fantastic moments that as a photographer it is one of the most fun things to do, is sit and photograph elephants having a lovely little bath. So it can be quite entertaining to watch. And you get some stunning still motions of this mud sort of halfway suspended in the air. And it really brings out so much emotion in those photos. It definitely does always make me think of that and how I would be setting myself up with things like that. But just absolutely beautiful to just really be able to experience all of this. So you can see that this dam is not a particularly deep dam. You can see the springbok have wandered almost all the way into the center, and that water's not even breaching their backs yet. So it's definitely not super deep in the dam, but it is just enough for all the animals to get what they need out of it. And of course even the elephants, you do find with the big family herds where there's those youngsters around, there's still plenty depth for them to be able to lay down and have a lovely time in the water. So it's perfect, just what the animals need, and just deep enough to sort of be perfect for them. And it means that the antelope can walk in quite far, and because it's shallow you find that quite a lot of antelope are actually able to fit in the dam at once. That at some moments that there's almost very little open space, especially if you have the elephant come down as well as the antelope, and it can become a very, very crowded dam rather quickly. But before these elephants get themselves all nice and muddied up, have you noticed how different the coloration on these elephants seems to be compared to what we see at the other locations? Just because of the fact that of course the dirt and the sediment and the sand that they're going to be throwing around up here is going to have a much, much lighter sort of coloration. And as a result, when the elephants give themselves those sand baths, they really do tend to have a little bit more of an effect on them like that. Hi Lola. So that is always an interesting question, that the hairs do to a certain point sort of shed naturally, and so you will sort of see them falling out. Of course they can catch them on a bunch of different things, and it is a very tough hair, so if they had to catch that, you would find that it's more likely that it would get pulled out rather than snapped. That hair is not really of the typical sort of structure of what you would think. It's a really quite rough, almost like a quite leathery type of a hair, so you do often find that they tend to drop those tail hairs by catching them on various objects and things like that. Some of them shed out naturally, and this is part of it really. I've never really found a conclusive answer to say, oh, these animals pull out elephants' hairs and things like that. It's more just seems to be that they have this sort of natural loss as they continue living. It doesn't do them too much harm, as long as they've still got that tail, it can still function in the terms of being a nice fly swat for them. It still will do that job just fine without any of the hairs. It just of course does look a little bit weird and a little bit strange to us, but it is quite natural for them to lose those hairs. And you often see it especially on the older elephants. Older elephants always seem to have much less hair left on their tail than the younger ones. It looks like we're back to just having a lovely slow moment. We finished throwing what we wanted to throw around and we're just going to pause for a minute. Very lovely slow day up here. It's not just the elephants that like being in the water. All the animals. It's a great way, and you especially see it with the lighter coated animals, as they're the ones who are not going to get overly hot from being wet. So lighter coloration does a much better job of reflecting heat than absorbing heat, so it helps a lot with that evaporative cooling. And looks like maybe this Ellie's done for the moment with his little time in the water. Doesn't look like he gave himself too much of a splash. You've got to get all those itchy spots behind the ears. It's fantastic having a trunk with a nice long reach. You can get all of those difficult spots. Looks like he's just going to have a snooze on the shoreline here. Does look like he's just completely relaxed again. These elephants really have no stress in the world right now. It looks like these guys are just managing like a few little movements at a time, and then it's time for a pause again. Way too much energy to be moving around, it looks like. So I'm guessing it is getting very hot. You can hear even the birds seem to have calmed down. You always know that when the birds are being fairly quiet and you're hearing loads and loads of the insect sounds, that you are definitely reaching the hottest time of the day. Is that's when the birds start to conserve their energy instead of losing it to excess heat loss and water loss by making loads of noise. So they get a lot quieter, and then you start to hear all of the insect sounds. And in some places, you'll end up hearing all the cicada beetles coming out, and they can be super, super loud in some areas. But an absolutely lovely sound. Is one of those sounds that doesn't matter where you are, when you hear those beetles go off, even if you're not in the bush, you tend to feel like you're right back out there. And it's a very sort of typical sound to hear, and it definitely brings out that sort of sense of the peace and tranquility that we do have when we're watching the animals in the bush. It's definitely a great way to trigger those fantastic memories. So it looks like that one elephant's decided no, he needs to stop by the well where the freshest water comes up and have a bit of a drink there. Always the picky drinkers that they can be. Make sure they get the best possible spot for the freshest water. Love listening to all the sounds that you get out of the elephants. And it does look like these are likely to be sort of a little bachelor group here. I feel like that's not particularly kind to urinate right on the edge of the dam. That's really not very polite, guys. But yeah, it does seem to be a little bachelor herd that has come through. You can see that these are really some big boys. If you look at, especially this one on the right, if you look at those tusks on him, they are really, really quite thick and wide. And it's always a great indication that it is a male. Of course, there's a couple other very obvious signs to look at, but that is another one of the sort of differences. You will find that the males often have much, much thicker tusks. Just a really slow moment with these guys. That there's really no rush. We usually see the elephants have a very sort of determined come and have a drink, and then they'll sort of go back off to moving off and going to find a place to forage for the day. We know that the elephants do spend the majority of their day eating. It's very important, very inefficient digestive systems, and just generally having a large size means that you are going to be almost constantly eating. Without that, you're going to end up with a serious calorie deficit in your day, and that's obviously going to be quite harmful to something this size. Sorry, getting lots of froggies in my throat today. So while we are enjoying this lovely slow moment, I do just want to remind you all that we are going to be having a bit of a time change happening on some of our favorite shows. So as of the 1st of October, the times will be changing to sort of accommodate the earlier sunrise and the later sunset out here. And with that, we will have the sunrise safari starting 30 minutes earlier. So it will now be starting at 5:30 Central Africa time in the morning. And then that will obviously be followed up by Escape to Nature thereafter at 8:30. And then Penguin Beach will now be starting an hour later at 2:30. So we're going to have a nice long escape to nature. And then the Sunset Safari will now be starting at 3:30 in the afternoon, Central African time, of course, for all of those. But I think it's going to be fantastic. We're going to have more hours of daylight, so plenty of new and interesting things for us to see. And the more time we spend out there, obviously, we greatly increase our chances of seeing more animals. It's absolutely so lovely and peaceful spending this time with these animals, that they are just completely radiating that peace and tranquility at the moment. I think in the middle of the week we could all use a little bit of peace and tranquility in our lives, so I think this is quite a perfect sort of moment where we're just having these lovely slow moments with all the animals around. I was wondering where that other Ellie had gone to, so he's just moved a little bit across here. Not really moved off too much. They probably find that they'll all sort of wait until someone in the group is ready to go, and then they will go off. And how's this Bill using his tusk as a nice resting place for that trunk? That trunk is going to be exceptionally heavy, being predominantly muscle. It definitely is going to weigh quite a bit, so being able to rest it on something, even if it is your own face, it's going to help take some of that weight off. These elephants really just seem to be enjoying having a very slow day here. I'm very, very surprised to see how calm and relaxed they are today. We've got another few steps happening out of everyone. Is this going to be the pivotal moment that maybe it is going to be time for them to move on? Let's see. It looks like that one, he's definitely got himself nice and muddy. It looks like he may be ready to head off for the day. Go continue with some other adventures. Or maybe not so much. So it does look like we're getting more and more movement. These ellies are definitely starting to wake up and come to life. One on the right getting a little bit more eager to move off. And there you can see just how deep that dam is. That springbuck's just about in the middle and he's just covering his back. It is an immature springbuck. You can see he doesn't have his horns yet. But yeah, definitely not the deepest dam out. Hi, Melanie. Oh, there's so many things that are absolutely fascinating when it comes to elephants. You could look at their social interactions between just all the different family herds and things like that. And that in its own right is truly fascinating to see how well these animals are able to communicate. You could look at how fantastic an elephant's memory is. So, that they have exceptional memories, and that those memories are often sort of in the knowledge accumulated through those memories is often shared with the subsequent generations. So you have knowledge that spans absolute generations, which, that's typically more of a human trait, that we obviously share a lot of traditions and whatever with our ancestors, and we learn our knowledge through that. But to then see it in animals as well is just absolutely fascinating, and it's really quite special. So those are probably some of the more interesting things. But I mean, beyond that, if you have to look at the way they communicate, how they can communicate, it's that in its own right can be a very, very interesting topic as well. So the range of sounds and the way that they're able to reach those distances of communicating over huge kilometers. You're talking about up to about 10 to 12 kilometers of communication. That is really something that is quite impressive to consider. You could look at so many different facts and things about elephants actually that are really, really interesting. So to be able to put my finger on one particular thing about elephants that truly just absolutely amazes me, it's just not possible. The more time you spend with them, you always learn something new, something more, and every little fact that you learn, it just makes the animals even more fascinating, even more interesting. So I wouldn't be able to say that I can choose a particular thing about elephants that makes them fascinating to me, but rather just that in general I think they are absolutely fascinating animals, that everything about them, from social structure to behavior to the physiology, is absolutely fascinating. And it looks like we've gone back to having a snoozing moment here.
Listen up, explorers. We have a brand new prize. This time you can recline riverside at the breathtaking Settlers Drift Lodge at Kariga Game Reserve. Take a breather from your busy life. Why not treat yourself at the spa or wander into nature on a guided bushwalk, twice daily safari drives, or even a boat river cruise? Open to all levels of explorers. Sign up before the 28th of October and it could be you jetting off to this luxurious lodge.
The only birds we're really hearing now is all of the crows in the distance. You can hear that cawing of their goose. Very, very busy guys, never really stopping. Of course, they'll be eating various insects and just about anything else that they can find around the dam. So insects, if there's carcasses somewhere, you'll find that they'll feed off of carcasses. They'll feed off of some small reptiles, some amphibians if they find them. They do tend to have quite a wide range of diets, which is what, of course, makes them as successful as they are. So, just a reminder, this is completely live and interactive. So please send in any questions or let me know what you would like to see today or what you would like us to chat about. This is all about you and what you would like. And we're so happy to have you around that we would love to hear what you would like to see on these live experiences. It looks like our elephants have officially made the decision that their time at the water is just about up. And we've had 2 move off. We've still got 1 hanging around here. I wonder if he's going to follow suit. And I wonder if that one is still down by the water here on the left. So yeah, he's still there. So I think these are going to be the next ones. And how's that? We've had more elephants arrive on the far side of the dam there. That looks like a small family herd that's arrived there for us. And looks like they are straight into the water. And to enjoy that moment. So I'm going to take us a little bit closer so we can enjoy those ellies on the other side as well. So you can see just how different those females are from the males. Obviously size is a big indicator, but you can see just how different their tusks are. Their tusks are quite narrow compared to those big males we had there. And even if you have to look at the shapes of their foreheads, that's the other one, but it can be a bit tricky on the cams. But you will find that the females have quite a squared off head, while the males have got a bit more of a rounded head. And it looks like that family herd are wasting absolutely no time with getting into the water and getting the party started here for us. So hopefully we're going to have a lovely elephant pool party unfold before us now. And it looks like the last of the bulls is going to start heading off now as well, and then we're just going to have our little family unit hanging around for us. Hi, Ollie. So that's a bit of a yes and a no kind of a question. That you'll find that when the young bulls are starting to get kicked out of the herd, when they start coming into that maturity, that for a while it's quite a hard adjustment for them to make. That, they've been with this family their whole lives. There's a lot of love and affection there. And going out on your own is scary for any youngster, that no one really wants to leave the comforts of home. So you do find that those younger bulls, when they first get kicked out for a while, they tend to follow the family herd around. And then he'll sort of just hang around on the edges a little bit off from them. And as it sort of goes, he'll start gaining more and more distance as the family becomes more and more pushy about him moving off. And then at that point, you'll find that the bull will start to move off completely, and he'll often then go and partner up with another older bull to sort of learn the ropes of what a bull elephant does in the bush as opposed to the families. But beyond that, the only real time that you see a lot of interaction between the family herds and the bulls is when the females are in estrus or the males are in must. That, of course, and there's a lot more interest in the opposite sex at those times, so you'll find a few more interactions happening then. But other than that, you do tend to find that the bull elephants keep more to themselves. They live their own life quite independently and only really meet up with the families for the express purpose of breeding. Always love how these ellies look like they're having the absolute time of their lives. Even these little ones, it's like a little snorkel moment. We're going to put our whole face into the water. You can see every now and then someone stirs up the water a little bit more off the ground. Make sure that they're getting that nice and muddy. Remember, it's not just the water that they're after. The water, yes, it helps, but more importantly, they actually need to be throwing mud up onto their bodies. So you will find that they try and get a nice suspension going to throw up. But one young elephant looks like he's debating becoming an aquatic elephant, going down and laying in the water. But not too sure of himself just yet. I think he's quite comfortable with the fact that he can stand and still be very, very submerged at the same time. He's still little enough to get away with it. These elephants look like they're having so much fun. But while these elephants really get stuck into their little pool party, I think it is time for us to go back on over to Amakhala and see what Trishala has got for us.
Hi guys, I hope that you are with us. But we have some lovely ostriches, and I'm going to assume that you are with us. They've just dipped into the drainage there, but I also see some warthogs running through, which is very cute. So BK told me that this is a little ostrich family. He said that very sweetly. So the very drab one is the female, and the brightly, highly contrasting one is the male. And of course they're all out of view now. But it becomes a lot more obvious when you see both of them. If you see a female on their own, for example, the first time I saw a female on its own, it just looked like a dirty male. Like it didn't get all of its color. But when you see them together, you'll be able to very clearly see one as the female and the other as the male. Very, very distinct. So often we'll see them in pairs, but they can also, congregate in large groups, especially around waterholes and things like that, particularly in really dry environments. So in Djuma, we didn't see ostriches often at all, but there was a time I saw a pair of ostriches, both males though, and they were running along in the northwest near Sandy Patch. And if you are familiar with the Djuma environment, that kind of sandy patch area looks very similar to this. So a lot of open habitat, grassland, speckled with bushy shrubland, which is essentially a savanna ecosystem. And of course the tall trees like the marulas, which we don't get here. So you can see the similarities in the habitat, and then we see that there's a similarity in the animals that are occurring here in those habitats. So there comes a male out there. So ostriches like to be able to move freely, and it makes sense because they have tall legs and they can run quickly. And if you're constantly restricted by a whole lot of bush, that's not going to bode well for you, considering that those are your strengths. They seem to just be milling about, really. So BK tells me that they have chicks. So BK, do you know how many chicks there are? He says he forgot. Maybe we'll be lucky enough for one of them to come out, or some of the I was about to say the eggs, the chicks to come out. But I had a question from Ingrid about the eggs. Ingrid, you'd like to know, where do ostriches prefer to lay their eggs? I suppose they don't really have a preference, as long as it's in their kind of habitat that they know and are used to. So an open kind of habitat, and they're ground nesters. So much like lapwings, they just make a little scrape in the ground, which is just kind of a little depression, like a little plate in the ground. And then they lay their eggs there. Now, as ground nesters, in general, not just ostriches, but across the board, they have to be extra vigilant about their eggs, obviously. Oh, our rain roof bar is in the way, so we're just going to have to bear with us, but hopefully the male ostrich will come out. From behind the bar, he is out. So we talked about ground nesters, and they have to be extra vigilant because the niche in which they exist, or the niche that they occupy, means that they don't have the security of a nest. So that means that when chicks are born, they don't have the luxury of being able to be safe tucked away in a nest that's deep inside a bush or in a tree that's unreachable to many predators. So in this case, chicks have to, be able to move around, be able to see, which is also very important. Do you see them, BK? BK says he can see chicks. Find them, BK. I can't see chicks, I must say.
Just drop down into that drainage.
BK says he can't see them anymore. I can't see them. I think BK was just trying to distract me because now I forgot what I was saying. So I'm going to remind you that if you have any questions about my forgetfulness, about ground nesting birds, about me, about anything you like, you can ask me anything this evening. So just after our sunset safari, you can come along and ask me anything. I love these, by the way. It makes me feel like we're getting to know each other differently, because when I'm out on drive, you kind of only really know scientist/guide Trishala. But there is more to me. At least I think so. I'm not sure, actually. But anyway, come along this evening and you can ask whatever you like. BK, when was the last time, or when did you first see the chicks?
I think a week before last. Around probably 10 days ago. But
Okay.
first time seeing them.
Okay.
Yeah, we saw them again yesterday.
So they're probably fairly developed when you saw them. Okay. So for the first 24 hours or so after they're born, they are mobile, but they're a little bit clumsy. I think that pretty much goes for all chicks, precocial chicks, that is. But within about 3 days, it's able to run around and follow their parents. And that's very, very important because, like we described, or as we discussed, they're ground nesters. And also remember that there are these groups of eggs, and them all hatching, maybe several on one day and then a day later, but all pretty much in the same time frame. And so you end up with a whole host of chicks belonging to multiple females, and then it's actually quite easy to keep them safer because you can form creches. So that gives them that advantage in the first few days to get a little bit stable, because and they still need to be warm because it takes a while for them to develop their feathers. But they will be downy. And if they're all huddled together, then that means they can keep their warmth. And now I don't see them at all. BK, do you see them? Okay. I see the warthog coming down though. I'm going to pull out my binoculars to have a better look. I'm going to give a shout out now to Byron, who has lent me these binoculars because my binoculars took a walk in Cape Town. While I was busy with looking at penguins or filming penguins. They'd taken a walk, but it's okay because I am getting another pair. I'm just in this awkward binoculars phase where you're going to get another pair but you don't have your own pair and you end up in the bush. So thank you, Byron, for lending me these binoculars. If you don't know who Byron is on Penguin Beach. Surely you must know who Byron is. Okay, now most things have moved on. Well, I can tell you it's nice and warm, or it's getting warmer, but a cap hasn't been on my head for this long in a long, long time. So apart from my excitement and this feeling of being able to discover all these things and explore, you're also going to get a bit of my complaints about probably being cold and having the cap on my head. And earpiece. Those, I think, are the primary guide complaints, regardless of whether we're in Djuma, Amakala, or Madikwe, wherever we are. There's always those two things, or those three things that we, four things actually. The weather, mostly how cold it is, the earpiece, our caps, and sightings. But you get to enjoy the landscape with us, and you get to know us like that too. Anyway, we should probably move on and see what else we can find, or maybe even BK, they're coming up right here. Oh, look at that. I love it when we're patient. Love it. Even though if we don't know we're patient, we just think that we're having a bit of fun and having a chat, but it actually ends up being patience. Look at this. Amazing. Come on. I can see. I think let's just be quiet for a moment, watch them make their approach. There they come. Oh my goodness, I didn't even see those chicks. Oh my goodness, I was so focused on the adults. I will lower my voice now so that I don't scare the ostriches. This is amazing. Look at these little things. I love seeing little or baby versions of those animals that have titles in the animal kingdom, particularly those of heaviest, biggest, longest, those types of titles, because ostriches are the largest living bird. It's hard to imagine a bird as heavy as 70 to 100 kgs. And these tiny things will one day grow up to be the largest and heaviest living birds. And you also get to see them mimic their parents in the way that they eat. Cropping grasses, seeds, all these juicy bits. Wow. really like how the youngsters hold their wings out as they move. Oh, hi Maggie. You say that they look so pretty in the flowers? Absolutely they do. I think everything looks so much prettier with flowers all around. It adds a really magical, enchanted forest feeling to the sighting. Now the holding out of the wings like that, I'm not exactly sure why they do it, but instinctually I would think it probably helps them to move their heads forward, since their musculature is not well developed just yet. It's kind of reminds me of opening your mouth when you put mascara on. Something that kind of automatically happens for some reason. But in this case, I'm sure it would help them to stretch their sternum forward and their head forward. Oh, we've got a bit of a dance. Hello, Mum. What's going on? Has something bothered you? Just keeping a bit of an eye out. I saw the warthogs behind on the other side of the ridge sprint away around the same time that this female looked a little bit excited. So just keeping my eyes peeled, see if there's any other movement around. This female looks like it has a little bit of a kink in its neck. Or rather, not particularly straight. But their necks are very, very flexible, so it could just be the way it's holding it. Hi Nancy, you'd like to know if an ostrich family will stay in an area that they're used to? So ostriches in general are residents in an area. So if, for example, there's ostriches in this area, ostriches will always find this area comfortable. But whether the family stays in this area is completely separate. So these youngsters will disperse and find their own mates and then start the cycle again. But they won't remain a family. As soon as these youngsters are mature, they will move on. And that also allows the ostrich couple and the other females that this male mates with to have another lot of offspring. So they won't, as a family, stick around in the same area. But the couple is more likely to than these little ones. And also remember that the males are territorial, which is how they end up with multiple females with which to mate. because if a female comes into their territory, then it's his kind of right to be able to mate with her. So he's not going to tolerate even his own youngsters that are male to grow up and infringe on his space. So they'll have to go and find their own territories. So they won't stick together. But for now, this area is his territory, the adult male's territory. And until he's pushed out of here, and someone else comes in, or perhaps he moves off because there aren't any females to mate with, or the grass is no longer as good as it used to be in the seeds. Until that time, he'll stay here. These little ones look quite wild, because their necks are obviously much shorter than the adults, but the same movement is being done. It looks quite frantic. Hi, Ray J. You'd like to know what would be their greatest danger? That is an interesting question. Obviously, they're a really large bird, and they can also be quite dangerous. They have very long talons or claws on their feet that can cause a lot of harm. In fact, I remember reading a story about a man who was, I have this very strange book of basically animal attacks in the Kruger or something like that. And it spoke about a man who was got scratched by an ostrich. And he was wearing a leather belt and something else leather on his chest or something like that. And the ostrich tore through it with just one scrape. So they're very powerful, heavy, large, intimidating birds with a sharp weapon at the end of their toe. So not too many things are going to mess with them. But like with anything in the wild, any predator in the wild, if the opportunity arises and the reward is greater than the risk, then they will take it. So for an ostrich, also it depends on the habitat that they're in. So for an ostrich, a lion could be a problem. If a lion, sees a sick ostrich or one that's injured, hyenas. But it's very rare that you see predators hunt ostrich, if that makes more sense. There we go. Predators are unlikely to hunt ostrich, but if the opportunity arises where there is an ostrich that is incapacitated somehow or just a little less fit than others and gives the predator an opportunity, then they will take it. But naturally, or as a healthy ostrich, there are very, very few times I've heard of anything taking one down or hunting it specifically. But it doesn't mean that just because they're just because them as adults, as large adults, don't have any specific predators, doesn't mean that they're not vigilant. They are very, very vigilant because they themselves are not predators. And we're talking about adults here. Chicks, juveniles, they're far more likely to be sprung upon by, say, leopards, other medium-sized predators, as well as, aerial predators, especially young chicks. if there are things like martial eagles around and stuff like that, they could easily grab a chick. So it all depends on opportunity, essentially. They look so peaceful, so content. And I'm so glad because we waited for them when they were on the other side, and we just wanted to show them to you, and it paid off with them coming over here. That's interesting. They're both now facing the same direction and looking quite, I wouldn't say concerned, looking curious. They would be far more concerned that because they have chicks around than if they were by themselves. Oh, look, there's a little chicknick. They're all sitting down amongst the flowers. Look at those little wings. Wings, of course, that are essentially used for displays and thermoregulation now. And when they're chicks, you can really tell how stubby and not in use for flight they are. Whereas when they're adults, they've got these long feathers that are basically covering up how strange the wing looks. Oh, this is lovely. Look at them sitting down and just enjoying themselves. We've got a car coming past, and that's gotten their attention. Chomping away. It's so wonderful to see, obviously, all of these flowers, but on top of that, all the animals that take to eating flowers that you don't usually expect. But flowers are a great source of a lot of antioxidants because there's so much pigment in flowers, and many pigments like carotenoids and anthocyanins are antioxidants, so those are healthy bits. And apart from that, there's sugars in the form of nectar. So plants are a good sweet snack, a nice little bundle of nutrients, and when they're out and about, many animals will take them. Now we have some snapping. You're a bit high, my dear. She was snapping midair. This was lovely. I'm so glad to have shared it with you and to have the patience to sit here, and all of you as well, to have the patience to hear me prattle on. But the ostriches came along. So let me send you now over to Sam. She's at the Okakuyo waterhole.
How absolutely wonderful getting to spend so much quality time with that little ostrich family. Those little ones really are absolutely just too cute for words. So that was very, very special getting to spend that time with them. But we are back up here, and our elephants have since moved off. They had their pool party and they were done. But we still have a few animals hanging around, so I'm going to take us a little bit closer so we can enjoy them. So it does look like there's more blue wildebeest heading down there. Definitely saw quite a few moving in, but still just lovely peaceful scenes. You can see it is getting very hot. We can see that little bit of a heat shimmer everywhere. And of course with that, a lot of the animals have moved off into cover now, that it is just going to be too warm to be wanting to be out and about in the sunshine. So I do suspect that the animals are going to be rather coming down, having quick drinks, maybe quick little dips in the water, and then they will be moving off again to get out of the burning heat, because it definitely will be burning hot up there today. You can definitely see the difference between this dam and the one in Mashatu. That the animals that come down here definitely look a lot more relaxed, a lot more at ease, that there's not too much to freak them out.
AMAs are back, and this time it's with our bushveld ray of sunshine, Trishala Naidu. Trishala is best known for her on-the-spot songs and the energy and lightness that she brings to each safari she does.
See what I do for you guys?
Not only this, but Trishala has studied environmental and biological science and sustainability.
They will likely form a coalition together.
Join Trishala on the 28th of September with your questions ready to ask her anything. While
So it looks like the wildebeest had their fill and they're going to be off to find the next best grazing spot for the rest of the afternoon. And it looks like it's all the zebra's turn, that quite a few zebra have pulled into the water and having a lovely drink. We've got some oryx walking down at the back there, which always makes for quite a stunning sight in the water. So I'm hoping that they will join us here as well. And it's just absolutely beautiful seeing all these different animals, and it's quite fascinating really just to sit and watch and sort of see the different behaviors, how some animals will sort of walk all the way in and get quite submerged and others not so much. And it gives you this chance to just sort of wonder about the different sort of aspects that control different decisions, and even just sort of the different interactions between different groups of animals. Certain animals are okay with being near one another. Other animals seem to prefer to move off a little bit and choose their own spot for drinking away from the other animals. It's always quite interesting to sort of see all of these different dynamics that you do get. All these zebras seem to be looking up and quite interested at the other side of the bank. So I just want to zoom us out a little bit and see if we can see what they're all looking at as well. So I'm going to try and keep everyone in the picture and just move off to the left a bit. And I don't know if they're just concerned about all these springbuck that are making quite a bit of splashing in the water here. But it doesn't look like there's anything really of too much concern going on. So let's go back in. Wouldn't be surprised if some of the elephant that were around earlier have gone off to torment the branches that hang in from the camp, as that is quite a common thing for the ellies to do. They do seem to enjoy it quite a bit. They go feed right along the fence lines as they know that the plants in the camp don't get bullied by too many other animals, and that gives them the perfect opportunity to do so themselves. And of course those plants are often quite nice and nutritious. They haven't built up all those defense mechanisms to loads of animals preying off of them, or feeding off of them rather. Looks like the zebra are finished with their turn in the dam, so we're just going to spend a little bit of time enjoying this gemsbok, who seems to be seeing just how much he can submerge himself at this point. And he's just about all the way through the middle of the dam, so you can see very much not that deep for them to be able to walk so far in. Probably doesn't get much deeper than what it is currently. We can see that pied crow on the background there, the beautiful sort of white collar around his neck. It looks like these springbuck are considering coming in as well. Oh, and another gemsbok bringing himself into the dam. Really are quite gorgeous animals, these gemsboks. So well adapted that, not only with those coat colors that definitely help with the situation, but also, with just their general sort of behavior, that while they are quite easily able to adapt to grazing or browsing depending on the situation, that you'll find that during the rainfall, when you tend to get a lot of those luscious green grasses coming up, that they are quite big fans of going after that, because it's going to be very nice and nutritious, and often it's quite sweet while those grasses are growing. But you do find that when they go into these very, very arid places and there's not too much of that very beautiful green grass around, that they will actually then move on to browsing. And obviously that also helps them with all of those sort of nutritional requirements, as well as helps with the water balance. That you do find that all of these grazers and browsers, they do tend to get quite a bit of the sort of liquid requirement of the day, the water requirement for the day, out of what they're going to be eating. So that is quite a useful thing, and especially with the desert animals, you can imagine that as long as you can eat, that's a fantastic adaptation, because there's not always going to be a guarantee of having water easily available. Hi, Kayla. So, not so much in the way of like actively playing with one another, like chasing and things like that, but you will find that the same sort of thing as with the other animals, that there's will be those playful moments where there's a lot of sort of play fighting that happens. That is really the most important sort of style of play for all the antelope species, and actually for the most part, most wildlife. Their play fighting is a great way for them to learn skills that they're going to need as adults. And especially with the young males, it gives them that opportunity to sort of build up the confidence to be able to challenge and to fight. And of course, that is important for them. If they want to be able to carry on their genetic lineage, they need to make sure that they're going to be able to show their dominance and their virility. So they definitely will sort of engage in those play fighting moments, but probably not really the sort of typical styles of play like what you see with some other animals that really do engage in quite playful things, like really just throwing water around with the elephant, for example, or the warthogs that like to sort of mess around in the mud wallows. But you don't really see that. It's more, most animals, their sort of style of play is a lot more to do with play fighting and gaining the confidence and the strength that they're going to need to be adults one day. Always find that this dam in particular just really seems to have this sense of particular peace and tranquility, that there's really is just seems to be very little that bothers the animals. It doesn't mean we don't see them bolting for no good reason. They always are going to sort of get frights for no reason. The prey animals are very, very nervous like that. But, in general, the animals look a lot calmer when coming to the dam, where sometimes coming to the dam can be a very stressful endeavor for the animals, and they get quite nervous around the water's edge, jumping at sort of every slight sound and things like that. But you do find that here in Okukuyo that they're just a little bit more relaxed, and I think it helps that, it's such an open area for them, that anything that was really going to try and go on a hunt here, they would be easily seen and probably caught quite far away. If you couple that with the fact that it's a hugely open landscape, but on top of that there's always so many animals milling around, that you're definitely going to be hearing alarm calling before anything starts to get too serious. It looks like our Gemsbok got done, so I'm going to try bring us down to the springbuck on the edge here, and we can watch for a little while. And there's those little grebes popping back up there for us. So I know yesterday we were getting the question of how the impala are different from the springbuck, and you can really see it quite well now. There really is quite a difference to that coat color. That on the back, obviously fairly similar, but then on the sides you see that difference, that dark band, a dark brown, almost black color, and of course you're also going to have the sort of whites coming out on the bottom rather than the lighter tan. And of course that face marking, the markings on those faces are very, very different, with that black mark through a very white face. Very different to what we do see on the impala. Hi, Bill. Yeah, it's not usually too common to see animals sort of going all the way into the water like this. Most dams and most water sources have got some predators associated with them and some crocs and things like that. But, without there being any of those predators up here, the animals are definitely a lot more relaxed. So you get a lot more of these scenes of animals sort of coming all the way into the water and sort of partially submerging themselves. And they just feel a lot more confident and capable of doing that up here. Absolutely gorgeous moment here. And it does sound like maybe one of those elephants is still nearby, because you can still hear quite a bit of snapping and twig breaking and things like that, which is always quite indicative that we maybe got. I'm a little bit disappointed. I was hoping that maybe our little banded mongoose that we've been getting here that run around underneath the camera would come out for us today. But it doesn't seem that our luck is quite there. But it does seem that this dam is getting quite nice and quiet as the temperature is getting up there quite nicely now. So I think it is time for us to head on over to Djuma and see what that has got for us. And some more gorgeous elephant. These are the same that we saw earlier. They were hanging around, but they do seem to just be having a nice quiet moment in the shade here. That the little one does seem to be a little bit worn out, and they have sort of just slowed down here and just enjoying the shade a little bit. They've just been taking a nice slow quiet moment. But we know where these ellies are. They look like they are quite nice and relaxed for us at the moment. So I want to try and see if we can get down to the dam and we can catch up with Mr. Dewey. He's been quite nice and active for us today. Very special seeing all of these creatures out and about. It's been a lovely day for us at Djuma. That was a little bit further out than I intended to zoom, and the controls are just being a little bit sticky for us. I'm going to try to take us back slowly in so that we can see us. Like I said, Mr. Dewey's been quite nice and active, really coming and performing considering it's the middle of the day. And I think it's because he's got a friend with him. He's trying just a little bit harder to be impressive, as we know that he can be quite impressive when he chooses to be, but he does seem to have his moments. So I'm going to try to keep us at a bit of a distance here. We can see that Ellie under there, and I'm just going to hold us here for a couple seconds and we can listen to the birds, and hopefully Mr. Dewey will make an appearance. But then in a second I'm going to try and move us around a little bit, as I did see that our grey heron is out and about and hunting today. So that would be quite a fantastic sight, of course. Doesn't look like our hippos are going to perform for us now, just putting little heads up and down. So I think I'm going to come back across here in a little while, but let's go see if we can find our grey heron, who is quite eagerly on the hunt. I don't know, yesterday we were trying very hard to follow him as he was doing a little bit of hunting, but of course we had that huge buffalo herd through and they were having none of it. Every time we tried to watch the heron, there was guaranteed to be a buffalo somewhere in our face, so we were not having very much luck. So I'm going to move us around here, see if we can catch sight of the heron, because I'm not too sure where he's wandered off to now. But he definitely was around here, so I'm hoping we will get to see him again and watch him do a little bit of hunting for us. So it is always beautiful to watch them hunt. But I'm not finding our heron, but I do see this absolutely gorgeous Inyala bull coming through here. And isn't he quite stunning? So you can see the similar sort of horn shape that you do see on those kurus. There is a little bit of a curve there. Of course, they don't get that full sort of 3 curls around, but rather just a slight curl in the horn. You can still see those nice fluffy bits under the neck, under the tummy, and over the spine. And if we were a little bit closer, which I'm going to try and do, we should be able to see the stripe patterns on their side. And you'll also see that beautiful white nose bar. It makes it very easy to sort of understand how these animals are related. So not quite seeing that striping pattern too well. but absolutely gorgeous animal nonetheless. That they really are quite stunning. And I do find this family of antelopes, these spiral-horned antelopes, are some of the most beautiful antelope out there. And that is prejudice, I won't lie. That while I'm looking at them, I think, oh my gosh, you are the most gorgeous thing out. And then I'll go and find another antelope, usually something like a kudu, and I'll be like, oh no, but you're the most gorgeous. And then you'll keep going, and then maybe you find some eland, and then you're like, oh, but actually you're quite gorgeous as well. So it is very much a temperamental thing. It is sort of as the fancy strikes, and happens to be what I'm looking at, that I do find a little bit of fascination in all of these different creatures that we do get around. Quite beautiful. It looks like he's just having a lovely little moment grazing. It's a cooler day. He can be out and about in the sun. He doesn't need to be hiding away too much. But just quite stunning. But it does look like he's going to walk off in the opposite direction. So I'm going to be moving us to the left, and we can see who else we can find on our path back towards the elephants in the last little bit of escape to nature today. And there's our little goose family, still doing quite well. You can still see we've got all our goslings accounted for, I believe. We can give them a quick count to make sure. So 2 up on the bank, then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in the water. So yep, it looks like we've still got all 8 goslings accounted for. So mommy and daddy are still doing a fantastic job with their babies. It does sound like that wind is really getting quite up there now, getting quite fierce. Which is probably why there's not too many other animals out and about. And it might even be why the heron decided to move off. That if it's very, very windy, he's going to struggle to hunt because there's just too much movement on the water. And he'll go and try and find a nice secluded spot that maybe isn't quite as windy. And I've just seen on this log here, there's a little squirrel running around. And look at how cute the little guy is. And the squirrels are quite common around the dam here, that you definitely do see them a lot, but they can be quite secretive, and because they're so small, I often do struggle when it comes to actually finding them and following them. So this is quite lovely, having not 1 but 2 little squirrels out on the logs here for us. And it's always fascinating to watch them move around, and how important that tail is. That tail does so much good for their balance. So you likely have a little male and a female here. It's not really possible to tell with them here, but it is likely to be a little girl and a little boy, because otherwise they are pretty solitary animals. It looks like one's gone over the back there. Don't know if he'll come back for us to look at him. But then we've got the one nice clear view there, but it is very windy, so I'm just going to zoom us out a little bit because it is blowing the camera around quite a bit. And when we zoomed in, that camera blowing motion is a lot stronger. I've seen the other ones come back up, and look at him. Off he runs, and look at that little tail up in the air like a little beacon. It is really, really quite cute to watch them hop off like that, very similar to the little mongoose. Something about watching all these little creatures when they run off that is just absolutely adorable, that it definitely does sort of bring a little smile to the face. But let's keep moving. We haven't found our heron yet. I don't know if he's still around. I'm thinking he's maybe moved off by now. Our lapwing singing a very, very indignant song. I think we maybe didn't spend enough time on them today, and they're starting to feel a little bit grumpy that we ignored them. But I'm going to keep us moving, see what else we find, if there's any other cool little birds that we maybe want to look at, or anything else of interest around. And there we go, there's our heron. Obviously went right past them earlier. It sounds like Mr. Dewey's got some vocalizing to do. Just really love that sound of the hippos grunting like that. It's a very sort of nostalgic sound. It brings back a lot of memories. And I find that that's exactly how it works for me. That sight of the animal alone doesn't really trigger too many memories, but rather starts building own new sort of independent memories. But I do find that the sort of olfactory senses and the auditory senses, that when I hear the sounds or I smell smells that are very bushy smells, that is really what triggers those sort of memory points in my mind. And it brings back 1,002 memories of different instances that I've encountered either that smell or that sound. You can see just how still this guy's going to be standing still. That on a very windy day like this, with so much movement in the water, now they do have considerably better eyesight than us, but you will still find that he'll likely stick to the shallows here, because a lot of those fish, and especially little frogs and stuff, are going to be underneath all of this, and it's going to be a great place for them to have a little hunt going on. gives them the best sort of opportunity in a circus. Because they're going to be coming from above, you might find that it gives them a bit of an edge when it comes to actually catching something. If they're not too able to see you coming, it definitely does improve your odds. Quite a stunning bird, really. They always are, though. I do find herons are also one of those groups of birds that are quite interesting, quite fascinating to learn about and to understand. And they definitely do have their own sort of unique physiology, a unique biology. You know, that's always the fascinating things, is when you find these groups of animals that have adapted so well to their particular niche in the ecosystem. And that's exactly what you find with herons, that they are specialists in what they do. And I love that about them, that you get to see so many more interesting little moments just because it's something different and they are a specialist, where you find other animals that are maybe not quite specialists in specific things, while beautiful and fascinating in their own right, you kind of do get an extra little edge with these animals that are unique in their way of doing things.
Hi, my name is Debbie Den Hartog and I come from Pretoria in South Africa, and I am absolutely thrilled to have won the Wild Earth Prize to the Woodbury Tented Camp in Amakhala Game Reserve. Wild Earth has changed my life, as I love watching the daily game drives. Thank you, Wild Earth.
Sign up today and you could be getting out there to experience it for yourself. Wild Earth Explorers. It's in your name.
Absolutely stunning just watching this heron and all of his sort of antics. There's so much patience involved in this that if you ever wanted to know what patience looks like, watch some of the aquatic birds when they're on the hunt like this. That patience is exactly what their game is, that they can be exceptionally still for very long periods in order to get to that perfect moment where they may be able to catch something. But it looks like our heron is not having a very successful day with his hunting, so I'm going to try bring us back across, see if we can find those elephants for the last little while of Escape to Nature. I think it's always a fantastic way to end the show, is by watching Ellies doing what Ellies do best. And there we go, Dewey making some noise for us again. And then immediately straight back under the water, because we don't want to be out and about. It's usually only quite late in the afternoon that you see them start getting quite active and start doing more and more. So it does look like our baby elephant has decided to take a nap. He's laid himself down on the ground here with a very, very watchful mommy watching over him, making sure that nothing's going to bother his little slumber. Quite a cute and sweet little moment there. I always do love these moments where you find these younger calves that need to take naps. You know, when you're growing, it is the hardest time that you've got to spend quite a bit of time sleeping. Sleep means growth. You're not wasting energy on other things, but you can spend all your energy on just growing and becoming a nice, strong baby elephant. So, unfortunately, we are reaching that time of the day, and of course, that is the time of day that I need to be saying goodbye. But remember, there is still Penguin Beach coming up, so if you have loved every moment of today, there is still more cute and fuzzy action. But for me, this is me saying goodbye and farewell until we meet again tomorrow.